CL 100 Hertz.
WRKV 917. How's my radio sounding this evening? Got a new antenna, I'm trying.
Are you coming through loud and clear here in Eaton Rapids to the RKV?
Apologize, I gave my GMRS call. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's hitting the repeater good. Thank you. KF8CHS clear.
This is the WHBCI repeater PL100 Hertz.
repeater PL 100 Hertz. evening, everyone. It's 8 o'clock Sunday evening, and time for Carl's Central Michigan Slow Scan TV Net. This net is held each Sunday evening at 8 p.m. for the purpose of sharing information, training in the analog and digital modes, and preparation to serve our community in time of need. This is Rick, KC8LOQ, and I will be your net control operator for this evening. All amateurs are welcome to join in, and we ask that all comments and questions be directed to net control. We'll also accept third-party check-ins if available. Let me know if you're mobile or short time, and if none of those, then we'll just assume your general check-in. So please present your call signs slowly and phonetically so that it can be accurately copied. So with that, I'm accepting all check-ins. Please call now. Kilo Foxtrot 8 Charlie Hotel Sierra KF8 CHS Robin Lansing. Is WB8 PPB Don Intuit. This is T0Y November Tango 0 Yankee J in Lansing. This is KF8 APM Jason in Williamston. Whiskey Delta 8 Papa Victor Sierra. We got a good list to start here. KF8 CHS Rob, WB8 PPB Don, NT0YJ, KF8 APM Jason, and WD8 PVS Charles. Anybody I missed or any further check-ins to tonight's Slow Scan TV Net, please call now. This is KB8 RBX, name Neil, in Jackson. KB8 RBX Neo, got you on the list. Any further check-ins, please call now. Hey, nothing heard? Well, we got a good list here tonight. Thank you all for being here, and I want to say a special thanks to Jay, NT0Y, Jay, for hosting last Sunday evening. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So it is definitely winter outside. Man, oh man, it has been really cold, and my HF antenna decided to break right during this cold weather. Fortunately, it was just a holding stay, so I was able to get out there and tie it back up with a little tie wrap, temporary workaround, so that'll hold it up. But let's see, went to the Portland Christmas parade the other day, and that was a lot of fun. Man, but it was cold, I tell you. Heard some good music there. My wife and I went to a play tonight. We went and saw The Wiz at the Wharton Center. Boy, was that a fantastic play, and the music was really, really good. I know that Quincy Jones was the musical director of that play and supervised a lot of the music. Boy, he did a fantastic job. So let's see. other than that, I've been on the radio a little bit, doing some contacts. The bands haven't been too bad. And so, let's see. I think that's about it for my side here, other than trying to stay warm. We'll see how everyone is doing here on the list. So, KFACHS. Rob, good to hear you. Say hi to Rhonda if she's sitting by, and what you been up to?
WHBCI repeater.
KFACHS. Rob, are you still standing by? Boy, well, I guess we'll, Rob, if you can hear me, we'll give you a second here. Hopefully nothing's wrong with your radio, and we'll catch you back on the end of the round here. Don, WB8, PPB. How did that, your eye thing go? Is that any better?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a great Monday afternoon or evening. Finished watching Lions, and that was a little depressing, but hey, used to that. Made another trip to the eye doctor in Grand Rapids. They've scheduled my corneal replacement surgery for late February. I was hoping it would be in January, but their surgery schedule is as busy as the rest of us. So looking forward to that. Not a whole lot. It is cold out. I don't spend a lot of time. Used to love the winter and the cold weather, but boy, you know, the older I get, the more I enjoy staying inside. WB8 PPB. Back to net.
And at least it's scheduled. You know, you can look on the bright side of that one there. So, you know what you mean about staying warm. I've got my back's in a little room off the side of the house next to the garage. And the garage, there's a door out into the garage. And, boy, I get a cold draft along the floor here, and my feet are freezing. I keep meaning to put a towel or something underneath that door jam there. But to tell you, if it gets much colder, I'm going to go get a kitchen towel and cram under that or something. So, have you been doing any lately?
Oh, I have not. I do not have a really good 440 antenna, but I was hoping that I could get a couple pictures, but just didn't go out and set anything up for the new band. So we'll look forward to when they hopefully get everything fixed and back on VHF where they've been for so many years.
I know exactly what you feel like there. I do not have a good UHF antenna for space work. My antenna here for the rig it's a vertical, and it does all right on terrestrial stuff for UHF, but not overhead. There's lots of lobes on it. So, and I too, yeah, I think eventually they're going to switch back over to the space station. It'll take care of a lot of the Doppler effects too. I actually did get a picture, but most of it is static, and it's not worth even mentioning there because it's junk. I just gave up. So, well, anyway, good to have you with us tonight, Don. So, thanks for checking in. NT0YJ, man, how have you been? And what new radio things have you been getting into? Go ahead.
figuring that out. That's probably the biggest thing radio-wise that's been going on. Other than that, yeah, I guess not really a whole bunch. We had on the MSU repeater on Thursday, we had a whole lot of check-ins. I think we got up to 20 check-ins for the MSU net, and almost everybody that used to come in via Echo Link, we did a bunch of education, and almost everybody came in over All-Star instead, which was really interesting because the audio sounded like they were on, 5.9 RF connection. If you've ever heard Echo Link, it's a little bit more muddy, and the audio is a little bit more variable. So that's kind of the two things in radio this week. Good to hear everybody, and can't wait for some pictures. NT0Y, back to net.
Really cool, Jay. Tell us about that Thursday night net and when any of us could check into that.
Well, here's the thing. It's been there forever, but it doubles with Bob's net at 8 o'clock p.m. on Thursday nights. And so I'm hesitant to advertise it on the very repeater that Bob will be holding a Thursday 8 o'clock net on. But I think that's the information people need, and if they choose to stop by and even do a quick in and out, that'd be great. But I don't want to pull away from Bob's long-standing net either.
Well, that's good, Jay. I totally understand. And I don't, I switch around sometimes, bounce back and forth to net, so it's good to know that's there. And I know a lot of us, myself included, support the MSU Radio Club and the students out there, and you do a lot for them. So that's definitely a plus for you there. So good to have you here tonight, Jay, and hi to your family there if they're listening, and hope to get some good pictures here from you. KF8 APM, Jason, hey, how's the farm doing? How the kids? How's everything? And what have you guys been up to?
KF8 APM. Yeah, good to hear you, Rick. I haven't talked to you in a while, and was on the net last week, but missed you. So, no, we've been enjoying the snow. Kids been snowmobiling, and they like every single day they get home, get the snowmobile out, and they got a bunch of sleds they pull behind it. And they've just been going round and round and round this yard, just knocking every bit of fluffy snow down, and it's all hard packed now. So, but there's lots of enjoyment. So, been doing that. Did a little ice fishing, and probably should get out and go hunt some more. Just it's been cold. I don't really want to go sit in the woods in the cold. So, but and I don't really need the meat right now. So, I might get out one more time before the season's over, but we'll see. Other than that, yeah, been having some fun, and I did have a little success ice fishing, so I'll send you guys a picture. But other than that, KF8 APM, back to net.
W8BCI repeater. Well, that's great, Jason. You know, the other day I was telling my wife's daughter's husband about that fine maple syrup that you make, and he asked me a question, and I thought, I haven't a clue. He says, well, how many trees does he have out back? And I that's not usually, it's kind of, I don't know if it's an odd question. Yes, it's not that odd. I expect, how much syrup does he make, and does he sell it, like that. So, how many trees have you got out there, Jason?
Well, I don't know how many I have, but we generally have it's somewhere around, depends. It's about 100 to 200.
We had a cut, of course, so, but hope you enjoyed it. And I hit a ball this weekend on 10 meters. The 10 was wide open. The contest's going, and I'm not a big contester, but I did enjoy making tons of contact, especially the Europe, and that was a lot of fun on 10. So other than that, been making a couple more Christmas gifts, one on the lathes and one not on the lathes. So back to you, WDPVS.
Charles, I'm sorry I missed you. If you were looking out in the crowd, I was down in the lower left, about third row back, and I looked for you, and I could not see you in either one of those bands. They didn't give a list of the duet band in the program. I know I just saw the list of the Portland orchestra, and I looked for your euphonium. I think that's what you play, or a baritone. I couldn't remember which. And all I saw were some girls and some younger guys. I did not see you at that shoot. And I hung around and watched, unless you had your Santa Claus costume on or something. But it was a fun concert. I really enjoyed it. So if I was in the audience, were you like over there on the right side?
Right in the back by percussion. If you were in the if you were on the stage looking at the crowd, it would be on the left side. And then during the intermission, I did go out down and look around a little bit while we changed bands, but didn't quite see it. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, there were some songs I love playing. One they did a Polar Express version. That's why we didn't play it. We had a much more involved version we would have played. And then there's one called Christmas Festival. It's Leroy Anderson. I love playing that. We had to cut that besides a couple other because of time. But glad you're there. Appreciate it. Too bad you couldn't see me, but I was way in the back, and with DeWitt, I'm usually just the only tuba player. So I would have been pretty close right there by the percussion.
Shoot, Charles. Yeah, well, maybe next time we'll rendezvous. Yeah, but I was there. I was sorry to see that a lot of the musicians had to stand up, when you guys played together. And I thought, boy, next time they should get a bigger venue. The Playhouse was a little small when you get both bands together, and that's tough, having a lot of them stand up. But it was fun to watch, and always. And I did see the parade too. I got some pictures from the parade, but really cold standing out there watching those guys. So, but at any rate, good to have you here tonight, Charles. Thanks for checking in. KB8 RBX Neil. Well, it's good to. You're kind of a new station here. I don't think I've heard you on our net. And tell us what you've been up to and how you been.
This is KB8 RBX. Name's Neil. I've been off the air for about a year because I had to let my license go under, and I had to go through the process of redoing my license. That took me about a week and a half. That was going back and forth. It's a long process. I'm glad to get my license back. I'm a general operator here in Jackson. Does this? You're throwing pictures back and forth. I used to be on this net. I think you try to get pictures, send pictures through the net. I don't have the equipment to do that, but I've been trying to get into digital. Well, I'll just let it go at that. This is KB8 RBX.
Neil, it's good you stopped by. I inherited this net from Carl, and he's probably the one that you may have been mentioning, who has hosted this net before I did here and ran it for years and years. And yeah, we do slow scan TV. We send pictures back and forth over the air. Some of us use MMSS TV on computers, and some of the others use applications for the phone, either Android or iPhones. And there's quite a wide variety of methods that each of us use to send the pictures back and forth, whether it's acoustic coupling from the microphone or just digital right into the radio, I should say analog tones right into the radio. So we have a lot of fun here, and if you want to come back or get started, this is the net to do it, because we've got a lot of people here with a lot of experience. So appreciate you stopping by. Do you have any? Can you receive any pictures?
Well, I cannot. And if I did any pictures, I'd try to go use the Android system. I'd go the Android. I'd be interested in knowing how to do. I have a regular digital thing on an HF. What is that? HF. It does do digital. ICOM 208H. ICOM 208H. It has some digital RT. It has digital capability. I'd like to be able to plug it into a Android through the USB port. That's what. If I do anything, that's what I do.
WHBCI repeater.
There's a program, Neil, that you can, or an app that you can run on your Android, where your phone actually listens to the tones as they come out of the radio, and a picture displays right on your phone. So at least you could receive something that way. I'm going to defer to Jay here for a second. NT0Y. Jay, are you familiar with the app on the Android that will do slow scan TV? Tell me what that is.
Yeah, so if you just want to start with receiving, which obviously would be the easiest thing to do, the app is called Robot 36. That's all one word, Robot 36, and that's a free app. And then if you get froggy and you want to try some sending, there's a separate app, and that's called SSTV Encoder. Two different apps on Android.
Maybe that will help get you started.
It looks like Robot 36. Robot 36. That's the one I'm looking at.
Okay, so while we're walking down the list here, if you want to take a moment and just go ahead and play with that, see how far you can get. You're at the bottom of the list, so it'll give you time when we come around, or at least you'll be able to comment on some stuff. So might be worth a try. It's a start. And thank you, Jay. You're a really good source of information there. So let's swing over to Rob, who we missed here at the first of the list. Rob, KF8CHS, are you back?
KF8CHS, yeah, I'm back. Worked through my little issue here. Yeah, and for the new guy, I'll be using the Robot 36 and the SSTV encoder tonight. You literally hold it up to the speaker on the phone to send, and to the microphone to send, speaker to receive. It works out great. Pretty boring week, just like most of us. It was a full-time job trying to stay warm. Work wasn't very fun. Working in a parking garage, putting in a communication system for first responders, downtown East Lansing, and I experienced the cold for 3 days straight. So well aware of our dropping temperatures. But anyway, Rhonda is not here, but I was at her house over the weekend for a Christmas party on her side of the family and got to see a bunch of folks. And other than that, back to net.
Sounds like you've been pretty busy there, Rob. And oh, by the way, I do see your packet station there on the .760. I think it's their 740 frequency there, And yeah, I'm in and out there depending on if I'm using my radio or not. But that's a familiar packet that I see through there. So just wanted to mention that. But yeah, we'll keep you in reserve to maybe help Neil as we go along. So I think, let's see, we're at the end of the list, so let me make one more call here and see if we have any late check-ins for Carl's Central Michigan Slow Scan TV Net. This is Rick KC8 LOQ. Net Control, please call now. Right, well, we got a good enough list, and it does seem like the repeater is holding a little bit. If it gets bad, we will QSY to 146.700 if it does get real staticky. So the repeater's been known to all of a sudden throw its static switch, and when it does, boy, it makes it difficult to send images. But for the most part, we'll see how it goes. I think it's okay for now. So that puts us at the top of the list. KF8 CHS Rob, your turn for a picture.
KF8 CHS, this will be Scotty 2 when the repeater drops.
The picture came through perfect, Rob, and I think that's you and Rhonda out to dinner. And I see that the receipt for the dinner is favoring your area of the table a little bit. Tell us about this.
Yeah, we got a gift card to a restaurant over in Eastwood Town Center. Never been to the place, and we had the waitress snap a picture so we could send it to the couple that gave us the gift card. And I thought I had a boring week and might as well send that just for fun. Yeah, it was really good. The name slightly escapes me. I want to say Copper something. Little on the expensive side, so I'm glad I had a gift card, but the food was phenomenal. And they're big into wine, so they got wine for everything. So we got to do some wine tasting as well. It was a good time.
Picture, Rob, came through perfect, too. WB8 PPB, Don, a comment?
And a handsome couple. I hope you guys had a good time. And I've been by that restaurant, but never wandered inside. I'll have to give that a try. Great picture. WB8 PPB, back to net.
Came through no static at all. NT0YJ, a comment?
NT0Y, yeah, great picture, came through perfect on this end, not a pixel out of place. And, yep, I love going on date nights like that with my fiance, and it hasn't been as much lately just because of how much schoolwork there's been, but I'm sure we're going to pick it back up when the semester is over, which is for her tonight. So we'll be doing some date nights throughout the week, and I'm glad you guys got to go out and do that. We'll have to try that place. We haven't been in there quite yet. Geez, I think the last time we were having a bite to eat up in Eastwood was probably before some of those new restaurants were built, certainly before the adult game place up there. Dave and Buster's. So yeah, we haven't been up there since Dave and Buster's was built really to eat anything. So we'll have to get back up there and check it out. NT0Y, back to net.
Well, congratulations on the semester end too, there, Jay. So yeah, for Lydia, I believe it is, or Ava, and maybe that's the correct name there. So that's a monumental effort, boy, to do that. And I love date nights too. In fact, my wife took me out for dinner tonight. I was very, very pleased. She says, "Hey, come on, I'll take you out." And I go, "Okay, you got a deal." So we have a lot of fun doing that very thing too. KF8 APM, Jason, a comment.
W8BCI repeater.
That's KF8 APM. Yeah, perfect image. There wasn't a pixel out of place in there. That's one of the best images I've seen in a long time. Yeah, that's a great picture, you guys. Nice picture. It's always good to snap those. A lot of times we always forget to take pictures of ourselves when we're out, and that'll be a nice one for in 5-10 years. You can look back at that and remember that fun night. So nice image. KF8 APM, back to net.
What you mean, Jason? I end up holding the timer, setting the timer on the camera and holding it out at arm's length. But quite often my wife will think of it and ask the waitress to do it, which turns out a lot better. WD8 PVS, Charles, a comment.
It's a crystal clear photograph across this beautiful piece. And boy, it looks like you guys had a lot of fun there. I'm really not familiar with that restaurant up there, so I'll have to check that out. So lots of fun and a great photo.
Indeed. KB8 RBX, Neil, were you able to receive anything? KB8 RBX, Neil, are you still there with us? We'll put you on hold. There's probably configuring his phone, so maybe he'll get a picture here a little bit later. WB8PPB, Don, your turn for an image.
I'm going to send this picture, and then I'll tell you the story behind it. Scotty, too, when the repeater drops.
a great shot. Just a little bit of static at the beginning, but very, very nice image. Let's hear the story.
Have many younger, any children in the neighborhood, but there are a couple of girls that live across the street, and they are always sliding down the hill and shoveling the driveway, and they spend more time outside than any kids I know. But during one of the commercials on the Lions game, I looked out the window just to see if the kids were outside playing, and two deer, two 6-month-olds, stared me back in the face 3 feet from the window. I couldn't believe it. I started screaming for my wife to come out. If I'd had my phone in my hand, I could have taken the most fantastic picture of Bud and Betty you'd ever seen in your life. And my wife came running into the living room. What's going on? What's going on? And those two deer stood there for 30 seconds, and then they just moseyed off across the street. And I don't live in the woods by any means, but a residential subdivision. But oh my gosh, I just could not believe they were looking back at me at the front window.
Beautiful, beautiful animal. I know every time I see deer, which isn't that often out in our backyard, by the time I rush to get the camera, they're gone. But I think that's a doe. Is that correct?
I don't see any horns on this guy, but the two that were in front of me were definitely yearlings. They definitely were 6 months old, I would say.
That is a beautiful picture. KF8, CHS, Rob, a comment. KF8, CHS, Rob, are you there for a comment? Yeah, he's got some radio issues there. NT0Y, Jay, a comment.
NT0Y, yeah, I agree 100%. That's a great image. Like you said, a little bit of static at the beginning, but not too bad, couple lines. And, your neighborhood and mine must have a few things in common. I have a herd of about 50 deer running through this stinking neighborhood. And I think they know that they're safe because between the county-owned, the park over there, the MSU land on the east side of it, and then everywhere else is just packed with houses. I think the rule is still 500 feet that you have to be from somebody else's residence, and that just is not going to happen wherever you are around here. So I think that that's a great shot. Every time I pick up my camera to take a shot like that around this neighborhood, usually they are scared away either by cars, people, or they just mosey on out because I'm not quick enough. So that's a great image.
Same here, Jay. Never quite get that perfect picture. KF8 to APM, Jason, your turn for a comment.
That's KF8 APM. Yeah, that's a great image. Other than the couple little lines at the top, it turned out great. I can't believe this. When I was looking at it, I was trying to figure out how old it was, but gosh, those ears look huge on that deer. It's got to be a young one. I think they grow into their ears when they get older. But no, that's a great image. I love just the way the colors are in it. It's just, it reminds me of an old, just like an old painting or something that, like I feel like I saw growing up with my grandparents or something. It was just the way it's set there. It just really reminds me of something like that. Nice image. KF8 APM, back to net.
It does, doesn't it, Jason? It reminds me, now that you mentioned that, of those old calendars that grocery stores and stuff would give out for Christmas, or a hunter's catalog, advertising warm weather gear or something like that. This is a classic, and I agree. Don, the surrounding background is just beautiful shot there, definitely. Charles, WD8 PVS, a comment.
W8BCI repeater.
Copy was really clear. Perfect image, and yes, you're exactly right. Looks like it's from a catalog. It's a beautiful shot. Around here, my dog scares them away, so we get a lot of deer, but he's right on them. So they don't last long. Usually I can't get a picture of them. They're off and running before I even grab the phone. So great image.
I think we're all prone to that too. Not having the camera handy. It's not like you carry one around all the time. At least I don't. I know. Neil, KB8 RBX. Were you able to get an image? Right. Probably. Hopefully you're installing the apps there. Rob, KFA CHS. Were you able to get an image?
KF8 CHS. No, I didn't receive anything on the receive side. I'm still working through an issue. Am I sounding okay?
I've got you. You're a little weaker maybe than you were before, but still easy copy.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll try to receive the next one and see what happens. Back to net.
Problem, Rob. Still got you on the list here. NT0Y. Jay, your turn for an image.
NT0Y. Well, after messing around with my setup again, I think I had the same complaint for myself last week. I'm unclear if I'm going to be able to transmit without wasting everybody's time. So would you be able to give me a report? Maybe I'll just send a couple seconds and see if it's coming through.
Absolutely. Give it a shot. Jay, looks like you're coming through.
Okay, last question, and I apologize. How was the audio level? Does it need to come up or down? It looks like all my audio levels are all screwed around too.
I think your audio level is fine. If anything, it's a bit too loud, if at all, but I would not change it until we get the rest of the picture, because what I got looks fine.
All right, here we go, PD 120.
nice and clear, Jay. Just a couple lines of the repeater static, I think, came through. But other than that, perfect. Yeah. I think I'd just leave your audio right there where it is. It's just fine. So tell us about what we're looking at here. This looks like a nice boatload of electronic equipment.
Yeah, so this is the new digital interface I was messing around with. It's the Allscan URI 125. And this thing has so many features that I haven't seen on another digital interface. But yeah, everything it does, it seems to do extremely well. I mean, it's got the TX and RX level pods. It's got the status LEDs. It has the image in the upper right shows the front of it. It's got USB-C as opposed to the dinosaur USB. That's what I call it. Mini DIN 6 to plug into so many Yaesu radios and Kenwoods and things like that. And then it's got these K1 RX and TX ports, which are for directly connecting a Kenwood-style HT jack. And that goes for all the Baofangs, too. And that means you can plug a Baofang into this with, by the way, provided cables. He provides 2.5 millimeter, 3.5 millimeter, the USB-C to USB-A cable, the 6-pin mini DIN, and he provides them all with clip-on toroids. And then on the other side, bottom left-hand corner, you've got a user configurable I/O port, a TRRS jack. And he gives specific instructions to configure that for signal link cables, for digirig cables, for whatever else. I think he had like 4 options, and then of course you can also just do whatever you want, but just got to solder down a couple jumpers to whatever you want that jack to be. So far it's been really cool, but like I said, just the one thing I'm battling with is it does not have a serial port where I can just hit the RTS line and do a PTT. You've got to do it through the CM108, which is the sound chip that's in it. And that's pretty darn common, but there's a couple applications that just have not gotten on board yet, and SSTV is one of them. So I tried to get it ready for tonight, and it didn't quite get there. But and then there's a DigiRig Mobile for scale. It's not much bigger than a DigiRig, but the DigiRigs I keep killing. I keep blowing them up. I'm not sure how, with RFI or just shuffling my feet on the carpet or what. I'm not sure, but cool radio interface, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it lasts.
It's a beauty, I tell you, Jay. Well, you got your pseudo serial port there with a USB-C, and you could get a USB to serial converter. I've got 2 or 3 of them around here that I use quite often. They work just fine, so might be something to consider. They're I'm not sure what the price is on them. I've got the old standard USB to serial converters. I've got, probably 4 that I've inherited from an old company that I used to work at. But I run my radio on a USB to serial converter. So I have heard different things about them. Some people, I guess it depends on the model, but maybe that's something you could give a shot at, give you a serial RS-232 port, so to speak, in. Let's see, Rob, KFA-CHS, are you with us?
WHBCI repeater.
KFA-CHS, yep. I actually received it, so happy. I only had to put on my aluminum hat and jump on 1 foot, but I did receive it. And a little nervous that you said you fried your DigiRig, because I have the exact same one, so I guess I'll ground myself before touching it. Anyway, back to net.
I have to be very careful with that. I just put my socks on because my slippers have a rubber sole, and I get out here in the radio room, and with the winter here, it's so dry. I have to be real careful myself with that. So just being in barefoot socks seems to help. But my feet get cold, so I guess that's less expensive than replacing socks than it is converters. WB8 PPB, Don, comment.
USB dinosaur. Jay, I've never heard it put quite that way. I love it. But, yeah, I hope these work for you. I have had a Signal Link since the beginning of time, and I don't know if Carl got me started on it or maybe it was Clyde. I can't remember, but always worked for me. But great image. WB8 PPB back to net.
Yes, I lament the passing, for the most part, of RS-232. That used to be a mainstay, boy, years and years and years ago, working with those clunkers and all the tools and diagnostic stuff you got for them, and now it's just a breeze, So, tongue-in-cheek a breeze. This always worked with something. KF8 APM, Jason, your turn for a comment.
KF8 APM. Nice image, Jay. That's seems like you're always tinkering with something. It's always interesting to listen to, see what you're doing next. Always trying something new, figuring something new out. I like it. I think it's pretty neat. Interesting little box. Seems like there's a lot of options of some things where you could apply that. So that's pretty cool. Nice. Hey, one thing I was thinking while you were testing, I thought about this. I don't know, I've heard it a few times. People testing because they aren't sure if their audio is going through. I do this almost every time I transmit with SSTV. Is I just have a HT and I switch it to listen to the input frequency for the repeater, and I just turn it up when I start transmitting. I just turn it up to make sure I can hear it here, and that way I know it's actually sending something that it's supposed to. Just something to think about. But yeah, other than that, great image, and KF8 APM, back to net.
That is, Jason. One of these days, I have to figure out a methodical way to figure out what my transmission levels are, other than monitoring the audio. Somehow plug it into maybe an oscilloscope and look at the waveform to see if I'm clipping. But I know my radio has some circuits in it, that limiters, so it does some stuff. But and I noticed that it's different with different bands too, especially on like FT8. When they do some of the digital modes, it'd be nice to have a way to actually look at like a scope or something to look at what the signals are looking like as I transmit them. But I'll put that on the list. WD8 PVS, Charles, a comment.
Perfect. And I look at that, and of course I use Signal Link too, and I realize how far behind I am in the hobby and in the digital modes. Boy, it's amazing, isn't it, how fast the technology has changed. So, good job.
It can, Charles. And I noticed that the frequencies are creeping up a little bit as far as the use, or maybe it's my imagination, but I'm noticing that the higher frequency bands, they're beginning to become more and more available. And I know that the International Space Station now is broadcasting a carrier for ham TV, and it's up there over 2 gigs. And the Doppler effect alone would mess you up. You more or less have to track something like that. And I don't have any video converters for anything that high, just laying around in my bench. So I don't know if that's an area that I'm going to have to think about. But that and the satellites, are going up higher, and I'm seeing this, a lot of uses for the higher bands. Neil, KB8RBX, are you with us? Okay, Neil, one more call. Are you with us tonight?
QS.
W8RQS. Well, there's a familiar name. So, what you been up to? Good, you checking in with us tonight?
Yeah, I'll check in for a little while here. I was downstairs doing something else, and I had the radio on, so I heard slow scan coming on, so it woke me up, I guess, and I'm up here now. I just sent Jay a picture of the back of my newer computer here that will actually is going to have 5 serial ports on the back. These are hardwired ports right into the motherboard. Was it the PCI Express or something like that? Anyway, there's a small place in there you can hook in this thing. And when it comes to monitoring signal levels, I use Audacity, and I put that up on the screen, and then I run MS-TV on top of that. And then I've got another little program that's VU meter, so I can watch it, the audio, and watch everybody else's signal. It's kind of hard to watch your own unless you can separate the receive transmit from the transmit part, and it's not too easy to do that, but it is possible. Let me break for a minute. Stephen Smith was working with a guy in New Zealand, and he made up some of these special interfaces with the surface mount audio transmitter or audio transformers in there. And it was a very nice little unit, but for some reason the guy just said, I'm not going to export them to the U.S. anymore. I think it was something to do with tariffs and all the stuff that he had to do to mess around with it. So, but Stephen Smith has, I think he has more than one of those, and I haven't been active in that lately. So that's just the information I wanted to pass on.
WHBCI repeater.
Good to have you tonight. I think Stephen showed us a picture of some of those that he was working on, the interfaces, and I think the one thing he was wanted to have was a delay for like Morse code or packet work where there's it doesn't chatter on the transmitter. The brief pauses that you may encounter when doing some kind of digital mode. But I've got Audacity too here, Steve, because I do a lot of audio for my music work. So that would be an idea. I want to know if the radio is limiting my signal or it's clipping somewhere, or exactly what is the right audio setting. I have a feeling that up to a certain point my radio takes care of overloading the audio, and because I don't know. See, that's the thing. I just don't know. Well, welcome to the net. Are you going to be transmitting and receiving pictures with us, Steve?
On Yaesu 6000, and I don't have the 10-pin mini DIN in there.
Let's see, what was I going to tell you? Audacity, you can put the clip levels in there. It's not too hard to do. You have to poke around in the menu, and you can set the clip in there. So when it goes to clipping, it'll put a red line through the audio, and it looks just like on an oscilloscope. So you can use that. And what I do is I bring that program up first, and then I bring up MMSS TV, and I set that right on top of Audacity. So you can have both those programs running simultaneously, and then for the fun of it, I pop up the UV meters. And it all works pretty well. You know, when the signal is way too high, the needle on the UV meter just flops over into the red. And either one will work because it'll show you your clipping.
You're measuring as it comes out of the MMS TV program, right?
Actually measuring what's coming through the repeater. Now it's a long convoluted mess here because it should be about 20% less than voice audio, but then everybody's voice audio varies. So what you need to do is set some type of control or benchmark or something. And I think the way I'm going at it is I use National Weather Service, what is it, 162.400, and I watch that, and then I try to get my audio close to that. But then there's another problem that the 3.9 repeater has kind of low audio, so it's something that could be worked out, but actually we need some type of benchmark.
Okay, I gotcha. I could hook my scope right up to the audio output of my second radio here and actually look at the audio from that, and that would tell me something. The question is it clipping the audio circuits in the radio, or is it actually clipping on the input to the carrier in the mixer? Oh boy, maybe I'm overthinking this thing. Oh well. Well, let me get back to our images here, Steve. And thanks for dropping that by, and you've set my mind in motion, as it were.
Thanks for letting me jump in. I'll just be listening here, and I can receive images. W8RQ aspect and net control.
Steve, we'll put you on the list for comments here. Thanks for checking in. So is there any comments for Steve before we get back to the images?
Quick comment.
Jay, you two can go direct.
Oh, it was just more of a broadcast than anything. But yeah, thanks, Steve. The pairing of this with a some kind of serial, either a hardware serial port or an adapter, actually, believe it or not, I don't think would be that difficult if I just took the RTS and the ground. So that's a pretty good idea. I like that. And I think you mentioned something about that too, Rick. And then over to Jason, KF8 APM. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, I was trying to listen to it on the output of the repeater, and it was getting overloaded by the input of the repeater, so it was deaf. So I should have just listened to the input. So that makes total sense. Anyway, back to net control.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Jay. You just, to listen to the input, because that would be closer to the source of the radio there. Yeah. Oh, well. Any further comments before we continue? Righties, let's see. we got Neil off. So I think next on the list here is Jason, KF8 APM. Your turn for a picture.
All right, this is KF8 APM. We'll do PD 120 this time, and it's going to look a little different. I'm going to do it. It's going to be a portrait image, and so like the image will be on the left. The right half will just be blank. It'll just be black. So that way I can get the portrait image on there. So PD 120 when the repeater drops.
WHBCI repeater.
Oh man, Jason, is that a largemouth bass?
Yes, it is.
It's a monster. Man, oh man, what a great looking fish. Where are you at here?
It's just a little lake that we got around here. Did some ice fishing with a friend of mine this weekend, and were able to get that. It was what the weird thing is that most of the time you can't catch bass ice fishing around here because usually the season ends the end of December. So that's one of those unique times in Michigan when we can actually ice fish in December.
Oh, what a beauty. That must have been really fun to land. Man. KF8CHS, Rob, one last call. Are you still with us? Okay, WB8PPB, Don, a comment?
I have never caught a bass through the ice that I can remember, but usually, of course, bluegill and perch. But we were lucky. We had a potbelly stove at the cottage in the dining room, and of course, we had snowmobiles and three-wheelers back then, and we would go to Lansing Ice and Fuel and buy bags of coal. We had wood for the stove, but it just seemed like coal lasted a lot longer, and we didn't have to mess with it. But it was a lot of fun going to the cottage in the wintertime, and I could not believe all the people that were actually on the lake. always had a lot of fun ice fishing at the cottage. And around here, we went to Rainbow Lake a lot. And of course, that was before the dam broke and kind of messed Rainbow Lake up a little bit. But a lot of fun ice fishing at Rainbow Lake. And then we'd head over to Sleepy Hollow once in a while. And always enjoyed winter sports. But now I just can't keep myself warm anymore. Great image. WB8 PBB back to net.
Oh, yeah, it looks like water, but it's actually, I think he's just leaning on ice. The ice froze, looking like water there. And great image there, Jason. NT0Y, Jay, a comment.
NT0Y. Yeah, I don't get much into ice fishing myself. Every once in a while, my brother will throw a shanty out on Mullet Lake up north, and I'll go and sit with him for a little bit, but usually once a year or something like that, maybe less. But yeah, bass just have a taste to them, a sweetness that I don't taste in other fish. I love the taste of bass. That's probably my number one sports fish. That I tie between it and walleye. Let's do that. Tie between it and walleye for taste. Although the walleye doesn't have that sweetness, so I don't know. Maybe I'll have to think about that one.
Sounds like more fish dinners are in your future, Jay. Charles, WD8PVS, a comment.
Photograph. I have never seen a bass being caught ice fishing. So it does happen. I see the results. And I'm really surprised you've had I know it's been cold, but you've had enough ice to be able to go out there and do some ice fishing on it. So good luck. My boy, he's a dandy.
He was probably hungry, I tell you. Not food supply probably in the winters a little less. So it could be. All right, Neil, KB8 RBX, are you still with us? Okay, we'll mark him as working on the radio here. W8RQS, Steve, a comment.
8RQS. Yeah, it reminds me of when I was much younger and went ice fishing with my grandfather. And we used to fish on Thornapple Lake during the summers, and a nice bass like that would be something to write home about, I guess. Back to net control.
That is a fine. I couldn't guess the weight on that. 5, 6 pounds or 7. I don't know. Jason, did you get a weight on that?
No, I did not get a weight on it. Sorry. You made me laugh there, Rick. That's you guys are good with cameras. If you look at that, you can look and see how big my hands are. It's a nice fish, but it's not that big. I think it was a touch over 15 inches long, so I don't even know what it would weigh.
It sure looks big in this image there. You had a magnifier on it or something, Jason. It is a pretty one. So, all right, let's see. WD8 PVS, Charles, it's your turn for an image.
I apologize if I sent this already. I don't think I did. But this is a Christmas present I made for my son.
I don't mind seeing this again at all, Charles. This is actually a little bit better image, I think, than the last one we saw this. Tell us what kind of wood this is, about how big it is, and remind us what it is.
Okay, it's cherry. It's 10 inches in diameter, and it's a bowl. Son always wanted to have a nut bowl. He remembers my parents, his grandpa and grandma, always in the holidays had a nut bowl on the table, and it had the little nutcrackers you can see there, and the little picks to get the meat out of the nut shells. So it's what I made them for Christmas this year.
Somebody's going to be awful happy. I think you said your son. This is an heirloom quality thing, Charles. Really a beauty. WB8PPB, Don, a comment.
That is so cool, Charles, and I hope you didn't just make one. I would think that would sell at the craft show, especially this time of year. That has to be a hot item. Great image, Charles. WB8 PPB, back to net.
You don't see those around that much anymore, you know. Definitely. NT0Y, Jay, a comment.
NT0Y. Well, you know, the first thing I thought of when I saw this one was I thought that it could perhaps be the wooden version of Captain America's shield, and that thing was the handle on his side of it. So I figure on top of its intended purpose, you could sell it to superheroes, and we could get some bad guys off the streets.
Take it down to Comic-Con, you know. I bet those kids spend a fortune for that. Definitely. KF8, APM, Jason, a comment.
That's KF8 APM. Yeah, that's a great image. Came through, and honestly, I did not know what it was at first until you said. As soon as you said the nut bowl, and I'm like, why? What is a nut bowl? And then I saw the nutcracker, and it all came together for me. And yeah, that reminds me. I remember that as well. I remember my dad had one for the longest time, and I always enjoyed it, but I never was strong enough to do it when I was little, and I'd always be over there begging somebody else to do it. And the one thing I always remember, though, it always seemed like a pair of channel locks would work better than those things did. But I don't know, it just seemed like the leverage was a little better, a little more control, because that was always a good way to pinch your fingers, or as soon as it did crack, it seemed like you over-crushed it, and then everything went everywhere. But I don't know, I always seemed to like the channel locks a little better. Just personal preference, I guess. Otherwise, KF8 APM, back to net.
I had an uncle who would use a vise. He'd take them out in the garage and put them in the vise so you could control squeeze, you know. But I remember my grandparents and parents. This used to be a tradition, you know, with the older generation there to have this out. And, you know, there weren't that many people that would go for them. I guess sometimes it's more like a decoration. But every once in a while you'd see, you know, like I would try to go for them, and I'd usually end up making more of a mess, and then my mom would tell me to get away from it, and it'd be the end of that. So that's how that story went. W8RQS, Steve, a comment.
Very nice looking image, Charles, and we all appreciate your woodworking. And I am going to have, not tonight, but I'm going to have a picture to send to you soon. And if not, I'll just swap radios out here, and I'll get on it. I'm coming back. Just been very, very busy this week. RQS, back to net control.
We have to, Steve. It just seems like this time of the year, man, there's just so much stuff going on. My wife and I are running here and there, it seems, for for all kinds of stuff. So, all right, let's see. I think it's my turn here. I went to what was it, last night? Yeah, to the festival in Portland, and they had a parade down the street. One of these old farm town parades. It was really cool. It's pretty much consisted of the fire truck was the main deal, and then they decorate like dump trucks and line trucks and sewer trucks, all with lights on them. So, and then the high school band and Santa and Mrs. Claus. Just a cool old small town parade. So this is just an image. One image that I captured of many as I was walking down the street and took this one. So this will be PV 120. All right, stand by, technical difficulties. Hold on, I think this will work. Okay, sorry guys, just give me a moment here. It just goes to show you that we all have technical difficulties. Hang on. Okay, there we go. It didn't recognize the COM port for some reason. Anyway, WBA PPP done. A comment.
WHBCI repeater.
I like that picture. That is really holiday festival at its best. And looks like everybody's all bundled up in the back of the wagon, but pretty cool. I can remember the Grand Ledge Oktoberfest one time. They gave hay rides, and I walked up and I petted one of the horses one time, and the lady looked at me and she said, "I wouldn't do that. He bites." Great image. I like it, Rick. WB8PBB.
Always wondered if those horses got to get cold, but they survived somehow. But yeah, this thing was hauling people up and down the street, so I had to get a shot of that. NT0Y, Jay, comment.
NT0Y. Yeah, great image coming through, Rick. Yeah, even though I know it's not there, this reminds me of being on Mackinac Island. I love the horseback riding, the horse-drawn carriages, and the hay rides like that any time of the year, not just during the holidays. So, yeah, that's an unusual sight around here, but I think it's really cool that it is happening and in celebration for the various holidays in December.
It's fun to see the smaller towns celebrate, that as all the people come out, and it's a lot of camaraderie, so to speak, it puts you in the spirit. KF8, 8 p.m., Jason, a comment. Jason, you sound a little different. Are you on another radio?
How's this?
Okay, that's better.
KF8, 8 p.m. Yeah, I was pushing buttons and I changed some stuff. Yeah, no, it's great image, Rick. Nice holiday image right there. Reminds me of Christmas, and always a good time going for wagon rides behind the horses. So, KF8, 8 p.m. Back to that.
Can't have Christmas without that. WD8 PVS, Charles, a comment.
Which came across really good. And I've been playing that Portland Christmas thing. I don't know, it's I think our 4th year now. It might have been more than that. And I've never yet seen the parade. Usually we have to rehearse beforehand. So glad you enjoyed it, and I want to thank you again for coming out to hear us.
That's your 40th anniversary for the DeWitt band. Fine, lovely, really lovely music. I enjoyed doing it. We'll come again, definitely, before the season's out. W8RQS, Steve, a comment.
Image, Rick. I may have missed where was this?
Portland, town of Portland.
Well, I too thought of Mackinac Island, but I think they've moved all the horses to the mainland and probably waiting for the lake to freeze over. But good image, yeah. I bet a lot of people would enjoy riding on that. Looks like somebody fabricated a pretty nice little trailer there for tourists. W8RQS, back to net.
Those look pretty cool. I think next year my wife and I will try to get on that, and we'll ride around in that. That just looks like a ball, a lot of fun. Go horse clopping down Main Street. Only around Christmas. Well, all right. I think it's time, before it gets too late here, to do our bonus round, and that is I'll state your call. We'll walk down the list, and you're free to explain the picture you're sending if you want, or just send something out, and we'll go right down the list. We won't go through the normal comment section. So to give you time to get organized for the bonus round picture, I'll send one out here. And this is a little cartoon that I thought was pretty funny. And you'll get the idea when you see it. PD 120. There you go, a 3-hour cruise. WD8 PPB, Don, your turn for an image.
W8BCI repeater.
That's it. NT0YJ, an image.
Hey, this will be a picture of what I usually get when I try to take a picture of deer. This one is called deer hind end.jpg.
go. KF8, 8 p.m. Jason, a picture.
8 p.m. All right, this is dinner after the fishing. PD 50.
And some good eatings there. WDA PBS, Charles, an image.
Say about this is just, it's an oops.
Now, all right, guys, before we go back and do the 7-3 round, are there any in and out check-ins? This is Rick, KC8 LOQ. Please call now.
KF8 DQS.
KF8 Delta Quebec Sierra, is that correct? Right, Michael, thank you for checking in with us. Any other in and out check-ins before we go into our 7-3 round? Well, all right, Michael, thanks for checking in. Come back and see us maybe next Sunday. We start at 8 o'clock and send images back and forth, slow scan TV, and have a lot of fun. Are you capable of sending or receiving images?
Yeah, I've attended the net. It's been a little bit though, but I've used the Android app to send and receive.
Well, great. Then I hope to check in next Sunday about 8 o'clock. I'd love to have you in with the group here and have you send and receive some pictures. Any further check-ins before I go into the 7-3 round? Hey, WB8 PPB, Don, 7-3 round.
Thank you, Rick, for taking the net tonight, and all the pictures were great. Looking forward to next Sunday, 7-3 to everyone, WB8 PPB.
Right, Don, and thanks for checking in with us, and love to see some more of those cat pictures, because I can definitely relate to those. Well, stay safe and stay warm. We'll catch you hopefully next Sunday. NT0YJ, 7-3 round.
NT0Y. Well, great net as always, Rick. Love coming, and whenever you need a hand, I love running it too. So either way, and I think I'm making some headway. I've been sitting here fooling around with this all-scan URI 125, and I think there's a workaround. I think you can go through FL Rig to trigger this PTT. So I will see what I can do with that. But before the night is over, it'll go right back on the packet rig. And if anybody else wants to mess around with some packet stuff, BBS, and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to be sitting down on 14505 for the near future at least, while I mess around with all the packet stuff with this new interface. So we'll see what happens there. Good to hear everybody. Great pictures. And I will be seeing you next week. NT0Y, back to net.
Right, Jay, thanks for checking in. It's good to have you as always. And I can verify that net that Jay's talking about. It's up, running, looking good. A lot of good Vera contacts, Vera protocol there. So it worked for me, except for that password. I can't quite figure that out, but we'll get there soon enough, I hope. KF8, APM, Jason, 7-3 round.
Us KF8 APM. Great net as always, Rick. Good job running that. It's always a good time with everybody on this net. Great images. Good chatting with everybody too. So it's always nice. Look forward to Sunday evenings for this, and I wish I could attend more of them. I'm glad I get to attend the ones I do. So with that, stay safe. Hopefully everybody gets their holiday shopping taken care of here soon. So and hopefully the ice sticks around. I know a lot of you don't like that, but I hope it stays cold so I can keep ice fishing. But we'll see. It looks like it might warm up next week, so we'll see. Other than that, 73, KF8, APM, back to net.
W8BCI, repeater.
Thanks for checking in, Jason. Good to have you tonight. And say hi to Matt and Jack for us here. And I like the cold, but I don't like having to drive around in it. That's the one thing that is tedious, as I get older. But just having the nice cool weather, it makes sleeping a lot better. So stay safe, and we'll hopefully catch you next Sunday. WD8 PBS, Charles, 7-3 round.
Trick running the net. Beautiful job as always. And everybody stay safe and stay healthy, and hope to see you next week. Great pictures from everybody. WD8 PBS.
I know, and Charles, we'll hook up one of these days. My wife couldn't make it this time. We had a grandson that she had to stay with who got his wisdom teeth pulled out, all 4 of them, if you can believe that. Wow. So she was stuck kind of helping out there. But, yeah, hopefully before the season's out, we'll have some more concerts maybe. So take care and stay safe. Steve, W8RQS, 7-3 round.
Okay, Rick, thanks for running the net. job as usual. Let's see. Yeah, all the images were good, and I'm enthusiastic about getting back on here. So it's not going to be that hard for me. As a matter of fact, I could bring the 2900 back in and just plug into the microphone jack and be back on the air. So maybe I'll just get to that and get it done, and then move on from there.
Welcome anytime, Steve. I appreciate you stopping by and adding your technical expertise. It really helps to get sometimes a lot of different eyes on the problems that we have, because there's always something. So you stay safe and take care. And again, thanks for checking in. We'll catch you hopefully next Sunday. Michael, KFA DQS, any parting comments?
I got a decent bit of the pictures, and they were pretty fun to look at. And I hope to join more often. It's just scheduling sometimes can suck. So 73, everyone.
Well, I know exactly what you mean, buddy. So take care, and thanks for stopping by and checking in here. And get with us next Sunday if you can. I know this season can get pretty busy, but love to have you in on the net. 8 o'clock Sunday night, this frequency, and it's surprising. The repeater has been very stable. Usually we get a lot of static, but it's been real clear tonight, so we've been lucky. So at this time, I'd like to thank all of you who took part in tonight's Central Michigan Slow Scan TV Net and invite all of you back for next week's session. I'd like to also thank the Lansing Civil Defense Repeater Association for their support and maintenance of this and the other Lansing area repeaters. I will now return this repeater to normal amateur radio use. This is Rick, KC8LOQ, signing clear 7-3 and catch you down the log.
UB8 PPB W8RQS.
Hi, Steve. WB8PPB. And, hey, thanks for dropping that off. I really appreciate it. Haven't had a whole lot of time to play with it, but pretty neat. Thank you.
You played the first little video that was of Slow Scan TV.
Yes, I did. I like that. Thank you.
Thought you would. Kind of brings back old memories. Okay, I'll let you go. Give me a call anytime. W8RQS, back to you.
I was watching the Lions game today, and I had the IRA link on scan, and I heard Kelly. I don't remember Kelly's call, K8. Well, I can't remember his call now. He was a truck driver. I'm not sure if it was Central Transport or who he drove for. Then he got laid off, and I think if you remember, he lived with his mother for a while, and Clyde and I built a slow scan interface for him. Don't know if you remember him or not.
I remember him well. I talked to him quite a few times, and even about the interface stuff. I think he traded it off or did something with it, and then he kind of wanted another one rebuilt or something. But yeah, that guy is actually kind of smart, you know.
I heard his call and kind of recognized the voice a little bit, And then I thought, I know who that guy is, but I was going to go back to him, but I was watching the Lions game. All right, well, thanks again for the interface, and we'll talk to you again soon. Hopefully, I can get through this eye thing. Really having a hard time with it. So, but we'll get through it. Thanks, Steve. Talk to you soon. W8RQS. This is WB8PPB.
Always good to talk to you, Don. W8RQS 73, and Merry Christmas to all.
This is the W8BCI repeater PL100 Hertz. is the WHBCI repeater PL 100 Hertz.